Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Bob Weeger and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Father, you've told us in your word that if we lacked wisdom, to call upon you, and you would give to all men who ask liberally. And so, Father, we once again come before you and ask that you would give us wisdom to make the decisions that would be in the best interests of our citizens and our community. And we'll thank you and praise you. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Weeger. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and a quorum is present, and thank you, Pastor, for praying for us. Unfinished business, number 1, adopt a resolution declaring the structures located at 415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue, the secondary structure, 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue, 1217 Northwest Cash Road, 1505 Southwest Sheridan Road, 1608 Southwest Douglas, 1609 Southwest Douglas, 1831 Northwest Cash Road, 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard, 3134 Northwest Cash Road, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. So, John, where are we starting here?
415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue, Ward 7 secondary structure. On this property right here, we did have roof damage to this structure, cracks in the foundation. It has been boarded and secured for over 6 months, siding and rot damage. There is active water count because of the main structure on the property, and then we initially posted on this property back on 1/15/2025. On this structure right here, you told us to work with the citizen, and we have been in contact with the citizen about the structure, and we were trying to see what we could do with housing, to see if there were any grants or anything that housing can do to help her with the structure. Unfortunately, with this being a secondary structure, there is not much that they could do to help with trying to find grants for this. Any questions?
On all of these, under number 1, have we already held all of the public hearings?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is the property owner's not here, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so do you have any questions, council?
Mayor, to my understanding, I was talking with a citizen, and I was told that a citizen is going to be helping her as far as with this structure.
So are you, some other citizens are going to help her? Are you saying, I mean, they can pull a permit and work on it, right? And so are you planning on go ahead and put it on the list, and then they can get a permit and start working?
I wasn't planning on putting it on the list.
Pardon me?
I wasn't planning on
Okay,
getting on
well,
the list,
that's
what
your
they were
call.
saying,
If you,
since they said they were going to be helping her to fix it up.
do you want to table it to a date certain to see if they do that? Because we get those kind of promises all the time.
We can. What's the most that I can table it to, the number of days?
It's your pleasure. You want to do it for 90 days?
Let's do it, if we can, do it for 90 days, please.
Okay, so we have a motion to put 415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue, the secondary structure, table it for 90 days or thereabouts. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It is a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Okay, and who abstained? That was supposed to be a vote, a yes vote, a no vote? Okay, so the abstain on there is a no, so the motion carries 6-1 to table. Bringing up 1008 Southwest Roosevelt. John.
1008 Southwest Roosevelt. This was initially brought to you, or we initially posted on the property on 1/15/2025. Inactive water since 4/29/2017. It does have a fire date on the structure from February 11th, 2024. As you can see in this picture right here, roof damage, siding damage, and then there is a secondary structure right here that was damaged by the fire. We do also have vagrancy issues on this property as well. Any questions?
No questions.
If no one has questions, do we have a motion?
I motion to approve the resolution declaring
Okay, have you got that there? I don't have it.
yes, sir.
Why don't you just read that for me?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as
Is there-
set forth in the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1217 Northwest Cash Road. John?
1217 Northwest Cash Road. We initially posted on this property on 11/27/24. It does have an inactive water since 9/3/2015. We did send off a list to through the city attorney's office to the property owner's attorney as well. With kids are getting onto the roof either from in the stairs case on the background, in the back side of the property, excuse me. They either need to be removed or block access. Since the building is not occupied right now, they are able to remove the staircase. Electrical wiring on the side from the lighting is exposed and will need to be capped and covered when the wires are coming out of the hole, because if they do go live, somebody can get shocked by the electrical. Windows will need to be boarded and secured outside to cover the broken window and the broken glass from the windows and painted to match the exterior of the building. Posts in the front of the building will need to be replaced because of the rotting issue. Any questions?
So I see the property owners here. Mike, you or your legal representative want to come up? Okay, and we'll need your name, sir.
Steve Robinson.
Steve.
Basically, we know there's a vagrancy problem. We've actually called LPD several times and can get no help. I've been on site with people that are breaking in. There's homeless people that live behind this building. And even with them having visual confirmation that they're entering the building and trespassing, the LPD basically told us they would do nothing. Now, we have presented a proposal to the city attorney's office, which obviously I was talking to Mr. Andrews and he is gone, which we got the extra information about whether we can actually remove that staircase on the back. It's actually a physical staircase. It's not a ladder system so we would take that down and then secure it, paint the building on the outside and comply with what the city requirements are. I mean, obviously we'd love for it to be rented, but that area of Cash Road is basically weed sales shop, and it's not very good for a retail location.
So is the building secure now where
The
vagrants
building
can't
is
get in?
as secure as you can make it with motivated entry people. A lot of the access is coming from that staircase, and they're getting on the roof and going in. And I think if we remove that, and obviously we could make the building completely secure, but the fire department does not want us to do that in case there's a fire.
Does that get it within code?
Correct, because the building is unoccupied as of right now. Once the building is occupied, they will have to put up a staircase or have a staircase for the secondary access.
Okay, will that list get them in code, or will you
This
tell?
will get them into compliance with the boarding and securing and make sure that the structure is better representative of the city, with it especially being boarded on the outside where no glass breakage will happen, so no kids can cut themselves on broken glass. So this will help them get into compliance with the city.
Yeah, okay. So council, whose ward is this in? Do you have any input here? Do you want to see this? It sounds to me like they're willing to get in compliance here. It does. Or do they need building permit for any of these?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, ultimately, I thought we would need a building permit for this, so we waited till today to find out, but obviously weather is going to be an issue. Today would be beautiful to go do it, but last week would have not been very fun. And just as an aside, Mr. Cornish is a significant property owner in this town, and I would say that these are anomalies as opposed to being, because there's another one that's going to come up momentarily, and I'll explain that one as well. But, this building has been vacant for years. It was a restaurant before, and it's been for sale for 10, 12 years, and there's been no lookers at all, like no offers of any kind. It is a structural steel building, red iron building, block. I mean, it's a great building. It just doesn't, the coloring and stuff is not.
Do here, Councilman. Okay, we did the public hearing a month ago, so if you can table it, if you want to table it or take no action. Okay, so we've got a motion to, don't run off, please.
Okay.
Table it for 90 days. Is there a second? We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. The motion carries 5-1 to table for 90 days. Now, I got a question for you. I want to know a little bit more about the police have told you they're not going to do anything. Or what was it you said?
Mr. Cornish has been on site. Somebody was in the building, called the police. The police show up, guy's still in the building, and they basically tell him that they will do nothing. They won't escort him out. And there's a vagrant living literally right to the east side of there. There's an encampment there, tarp covering, and that's where the couches and everything continue
Mayor.
to come from.
We're missing a vote. 5-1, there's 7.
The vote is 6-1 in favor now. Okay. John, what do you want to do about what they're saying, that the police show up and won't do anything? Do you want to get with the owner?
I do.
Okay. All right, thank you. We're going to move on to 1505 Southwest Sheridan.
1505 Southwest Sheridan Road. As you can see in this photo, there's damaged siding, damaged trim. There's also brick separation on the backside of the building as well. Property owner does have a permit to remodel it as well. He is going to actually start boarding in and framing in where all the windows and doors are on the west side or the east side of the property. There is no water on this property as of right now, and we initially posted on this property on 1/15/25. Any questions?
Yeah. Since he's got a permit, what's your recommendation?
Staff recommendation on this one was to do no action. Take no action.
No action?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Whose word is this? Is Ward 7?
I can go along with their
No
saying to do
action?
no action.
No action. Okay, we're going to move on past that and take no action. Now let's go to 1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue.
1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue, they do have damage and missing siding, damaged trim. As you can see in this photo as well, holes are leading into the structure itself. No water account was found on this property, and we posted on this property originally on 1/15/2025. It was tabled on this because I believe they were trying to sell the property. As of today, the deed is still from the 2020 original sale. Any
So
questions?
what do you want to do here?
Did we have a public hearing on this one?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought it was 1609 that we had a public hearing on last time.
Well, we got 1609s coming up next. This is 1608.
I think there's somebody in the audience wanting to speak on it.
Do you have somebody here that's wanting to speak on 1608 Southwest Douglas? 1608?
I'm sorry, Mayor. I got the wrong address.
Okay.
Apologize.
John, can we back up 1505 Southwest Sheridan Road? I did have a question. Could you say that there's an active permit now that they're working on that building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's one I'd talk to you about.
Yes, sir.
1608 Southwest Douglas. What do you want to do, Councilwoman?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Do you have a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. 1609 Southwest Douglas.
1609 Southwest Douglas Avenue. We have damage / missing siding, damaged trim. From the report that I have, we do have vagrancy issues on this one. No water count was found on this property. We posted originally on this property on 1/15/25, and we do have the property owner here to speak about it.
Property owners here, please come up. Yes, sir, we'll need your name and address, please.
Billy Hicks, 112 Northeast 51st. Right now, I haven't had a chance to get over there and finish rehabbing it. I have cleaned up the area, cut the trees, and done that over there. Now, I had a son that's a City of Lawton police officer. He had a stroke, so I've been dealing with that right now in the cold weather. So I'm hoping to get over there as soon as the weather get better, to get that thing painted and put new boards on it and have it trimmed out and bring it up to.
And your goal is to get it habitable again?
Yes.
That's our goal too. So this is going to work pretty good. My guess is, I don't know, but they're going to put it on the D&D, and then you'll have 45 days to pull a permit and then get started working. I think you have 90 days to make progress and then another 90 days, okay?
Okay.
So that'll work out good. Do you have anything else you want to tell us real quick?
No.
All right, great. What do you want to do, Councilwoman?
Can we do the 90-day,
Well, we can put them all on 90 days and we'll get nowhere. Or you can put it on the list and they have 45 days to get a permit and 90 days to make improvements.
okay. Move to approve resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. 1831 Northwest Cash Road. John?
Sorry about that, sir. 1831 Northwest Cash Road. This one right here, you brought us back because you were asking what was dilapidated because you weren't seeing it in the photos. So I did some more research on this one. Fire department has deemed this building a hazardous on the inside of the building. Warming fires have happened on the outside of this building, actually inside this cage that you're seeing. Vagrancy issues on it. Inactive water since 6/25 of 2022. Posted on the property on 1/15/2025 originally. So we do have vagrancies that live actually in this cage. And ever so often when we are, LPD will give us a call to re-secure that cage because they are breaking it apart to go into there to live in there.
You know, who's the property owner on this?
I can get you that information. I do not have that on hand right now, sir.
Is that the only picture you have?
On the slideshow, I do. All the other pictures are on the Exhibit A's.
Okay, give me just a minute. I'm going to look that up on the map.
Was that Cox's property? By the lake?
I've been by there, on that property.
Do what?
I've been by the property and seen the homeless people, and those pictures make it look a lot better than it is.
Okay, this is on the north side of the road. Oh, this is the restaurant.
This is the old Bella Romas, I believe. Yes, sir.
Okay, this must be the north side.
Yes, sir. Correct.
Yeah, so tell me what that means as deemed hazardous inside the building. What does that mean?
So when the fire department has gone in there to clear the building out before, they will see needles all over the ground. So whenever I talk to the fire marshal, needles all over the ground. That's what they were deeming it as unsafe for people
But
to
it
go
says
in.
hazardous inside the building. Are vagrants getting in the building?
They have before because LPD has also called us back in December to board and secure the structure.
Okay. What do you want to do, Councilman?
Oh, I move to approve resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public use and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Okay, I'm going to get you to turn your mic on and read that again.
Okay. All right. I move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard.
2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard had a fire date of 2/15 of 2022. You can see in these photos where there are holes in the roof, so there is roof damage. All the doors and windows need to be boarded and secured and painted to match the exterior of the building. They need to paint over the smoke damage on the exterior of the building as well. Inactive water since 10/22 of 2022, posted on the property originally on 1/15 of 25. Any questions? Mhm.
Okay, Steve.
Just as a bit of background on this, it was, Mr. Cornish hasn't owned this but about a year, and ultimately, there's 4 buildings on this property, and to date, he spent $1,550 in dump fees cleaning this up. We actually have got estimates from, because we're gonna have to remake all these structural roof trusses, and we're gonna be waiting on Lawrence Steel to be able to make those. We presented a proposal to the city, but, you know, it's a rehab project, and that's what he bought it as. So the other 3 buildings are actually, there's 2 of the other 3 are occupied at this point in time, and we're in negotiations to sell it with it, and then a repair as well until it hit the D&D list.
This will get them in compliance and structural compliance and all. Is that right?
Now,
Okay.
when they do the roof, they will need a permit for this structure for the roof.
Okay. Steve, you probably know this, but the way it works, if they were to put this on the D&D, you'd have 45 days to pull a permit, then 90 days, you got to show that you're making improvement, 90 more days, and then you have to come back to council and say, we need an extension or whatever. Okay?
Like I said, the issue that we run into is I literally have a contract on my desk that I was reviewing whenever this came up, and it has kind of put a halt to that whole transaction to sell it to, I mean, I don't know if I'd call the guy an investor. He's going to put his own stuff in there, but ultimately, that's a problem to be able to sell it. And it was a rehab project. That's why I bought it.
Councilwoman?
No, can we take no action at this time?
You can. This is one you probably want to table for 90 days.
Table for 90 days.
Have a motion to table for 90 days.
Second.
And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. 6-1, motion carries. 3134 Northwest Cash Road. Don Land?
(3134) Northwest Cash Road. Fire date on this one was on 9/6/2024. Throughout the whole entire structure, there are broken windows. Unsecured secondary structure is actually on the back side, outside of the chain link area. Holes in the side of the building where the washroom used to be. There is missing trim and missing molding out on the outside. Multiple cuts in the chain link fencing from where vagrants were trying to break into the structure and onto the property. This has had inactive water since 1/9/2024, posted on the property originally on 11/27/2024. Questions?
Has there been any update from the owner who was here last month?
So we have sent out, so we did get involved with the owner to tell him exactly what we were needing. Like I was saying, there was a secondary structure outside the chain link fencing that was unsecured. We told them that they needed to secure that and also continue on. Whenever I was walking out there, there were still fresh new cuts on the chain link fencing where vagrants were getting in.
I went by that today, so noticed that.
What do you want to do?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
A motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, that takes care of all of the unfinished business, bringing up business item number 2. Hold a public hearing, adopt a resolution declaring the structure and all secondary structures on property located at 511 Southwest Monroe Avenue, 632 Southwest D Avenue, 706 Southwest 16th Street, 1212 Northwest 31st Street, 1413 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, 1429 Northwest 23rd Street, 1508 Southwest Oklahoma Avenue, 1510 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, 1511 Southwest Douglas Avenue, 1514 Northwest Bell Avenue, 1601 Northwest Lake Avenue, 1602 Southwest Douglas Avenue, 1607 Southwest Jefferson Avenue, 1610 Southwest J Avenue, 2104 Southwest E Avenue, 4006 Northwest Meadowbrook Drive, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. John, let's deal with these ones where people are here.
Yes, sir.
We'll start with 1429 Northwest 23rd. 1429 Northwest 23rd.
1429 Northwest 23rd Street. Did have a fire inside of the garage on 1/7 of 2025. There are broken windows, bricks separating from the other bricks. Could mean foundation issues, vagrancy issues. We've had to go out there and board and secure this structure multiple times. Inactive water since 4/14 of 2023, and we posted on this property on 2/10/2025.
Any questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on 1429 Northwest 23rd Street, please do so at this time. And sir, we're going to need your name and home address, please.
My name is Donald P. Thorne. I live on 11 Northwest 60th here in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay. What do you have to tell us?
First I want to apologize for being here. This should never got this far. I thought the house was rented out and being taken care of. Why somebody would pay rent and not utilize the property, I don't know, but I'm here to do whatever I can to fix it back up and get it re-rented out.
Okay. Do we have any questions for the citizen here? Do you have a question for him? No? Okay. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this house? I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
I'd like to extend it to 90 days. I believe Mr. Thorne is very sincere about getting this house, and we need that house to be improved, and I believe I'm not always that easy, but he's ready to do that, and the neighbors are ready, and I think it's a good thing.
He's convinced you. That's good.
He has convinced me,
Okay,
and that's not
motion to
easy.
table for 90 days. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1511 Southwest Douglas.
1511 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Fire date on this one was on 12/5 of 2022. Damaged roof, missing siding, missing the back half of the house, damaged trim, broken windows. No water count was found on this property, and we posted on the property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1511 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time.
I guess he brought that engineer with him if he needed it.
Okay, sir, we need your name and address, please.
Yes, name is Wendell Davis. Address is 2505 Northeast Dearborn Avenue here in Lawton, Oklahoma.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us, sir?
The property, 1511, I just actually bought the property on the 21st of this month. And my intended plan is actually to have it demolished. Have talked with a contractor, and we're in the process right now, sending the contractor so we can get the permits and everything to actually demolish this building. It's definitely a nuisance in the community, safety hazard, fire violation, and our whole intent of purchasing the property is just for the land, not for the building.
Okay, your plan is to demo it.
Exactly.
So if the council puts it on the demo list, how long would it be, he have to do it himself?
So the citizen still has 45 days to pull a demolition permit. It's
Okay.
still the exact
Okay.
same process.
So does that work for you?
With just getting the building up, I actually have a little time to do some research on who we're gonna have the demolition to tear it down. My objective, my plan is to actually have it torn down, starting in March, timeframe.
Okay.
Depending on the permits.
Mhm. Now, if you pull a permit, how long does he have to actually demo it?
I believe it's 7 days that he has to, as soon as the permit is issued, it is 7 days to demo the property.
Does that time frame work for you pretty good? That's past, that puts you into April, I
I
think.
would like to get a little bit more time because 7 days, even have to get.
Would
the
be
permits.
45 plus 7.
Okay, that'll work for me.
That work? Okay, Councilwoman? Oh, wait just a minute. Anyone else want to speak on this? I closed the public hearing. Councilwoman?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please vote.
This is the process.
Motion carries 7-0. And now we're going to be on 4006 Northwest Meadowbrook Avenue, and whoever is here for that, please go ahead and make your way to the front. John? Thanks, sir.
4006 Northwest Middlebrook Drive. Fire damage on this one on 1025 of 24. As you can see in this photo right here, fire damage was throughout the whole entire structure. The roof is gone. Now we did take some pictures where that shows on the Exhibit A's where it does show that somebody was actually in there cleaning out all the debris. Inactive water on this on 12/13 of 2023, and we posted on the property on 2/10 of 2025.
Any questions from council? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And sir, we're going to need your name and address, please.
Jason Cochran, 1362 Southwest Airport Road in Cache.
Okay,
on this
Jason, what
one-
do you have to tell us?
It's running slow with the insurance. The loss was on 2025. I did not get anything from the insurance company on their adjuster summary until December 20th. Then we had the holidays. And then once I got it and went through it with some other builders and contractors, they're not wanting to total it. They're just wanting to replace from the top plate up. So I got a letter from my attorney where he's engaged, experts and stuff like that. So we're just now in the process of seeing what we can do for it. So I don't even know what kind of permit to pull on it. I want to take it down to the slab. They want to just start from the top plate and go up. I'm waiting for the structural engineer, that expert, to give me his recommendation so I can push back with the insurance company. So I want to get it done as soon as possible, but I can't tear it down in case they need another expert to go in or we need one from our side. So I'm kind of in the middle right now until I get some direction from my attorney or the insurance company.
So, Councilwoman, recommendation from the attorney is to table this. Would you like to say how long you want to table it? You want to give him 30 days and bring it back?
I will give you 30 days. I live 2 houses down from this.
Oh, I can imagine. And someone just did a remodel next to me, so
Yeah,
I
it
have
looks
this one next
really
to a guy
nice.
that's trying to
That
sell
remi-
his house.
What I'm so afraid of is because we had a firehouse down the street on 41st not too long ago, and kids were in there, and it just takes one child or one youth to have an accident. And I did notice that the gate was open, so people can just walk right into that backyard also.
Right, so I will get the side gate put back up, and the city, I didn't worry about the back windows on it. I secured the front ones. There were 2 broken ones on the back one, but the city was kind enough to send someone out to fix those, so I will be paying the city the $444 for that.
Yes, you will.
So, so we'll get those. It's all secured now. No one can get in. I will get the gate up on the side. Should keep people out of the backyard.
Okay.
But I don't even know, like I said, we're going with the insurance. We can table it for 30 days, but I don't even know if 30 days will be long enough
Okay.
for me to see what kind of permit I'd even need to pull.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Recommendation is you table it for 30
Table it for
days.
30 days.
Subject to securing the property.
Securing the property, definitely, and getting this information back so you can proceed with this house.
Okay, all right.
One way or the
Okay.
other.
Pardon?
Did I
One
hear
way or
you
the other.
second
Yes, yeah,
that?
exactly, and I'm just looking for that direction.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. One more vote. Unless somebody has left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Thank you for
Thank
coming,
you.
sir. Okay, now we're backing up to 511 Southwest Monroe Avenue. John.
Give me 1 second, sir. All right, 511 Southwest Monroe Avenue, unsecured plywood for the door. As on the pictures on your exhibit A, as you can see the plywood actually coming out. When we actually pulled up to this property, we had a vagrant actually come out from the back from this structure. Damage and missing siding, damage and missing trim. There are cracks in the foundation, vagrancy issues. Secondary structure is on the property as well. Inactive water since 6/26 of 2019. Posted on the property on 2/10/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 511 Southwest Monroe Avenue. Anybody wish to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 632 Southwest D Avenue. John?
632 Southwest D Avenue. This is a secondary structure. As you can see right here, there is a damaged roof, cracks in the foundation, siding damage and rot damage. There is an active water on the main structure. We posted on this structure right here, posted on the property on 2/10/2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 632 Southwest D Avenue. Anyone here to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 706 Southwest 16th Street.
706 Southwest 16th Street. There was a fire date of 9/21 of 2024. The structure itself was a total loss to the fire. There is a secondary shed on the property. Inactive water since 3/9 of 2018, and we posted on the shed on the property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 706 Southwest 16th Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1212 Northwest 31st Street. John?
1212 Northwest 31st Street. We do have brick separation, which could mean that it does have foundation issues, broken windows, broken doors, damage and missing siding, damaged trim. As you can see right here in this picture, inside the structure has been stripped down to the studs. Secondary structure is on the property. Inactive water since 5/15 of 2024. Posted on property 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 1212 Northwest 31st Street, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Fourteen 13 Northwest Lincoln Avenue had a fire date of 10/19 of 2007. Damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows. This is on the backside of the structure where you can see where some of the fire damage happened. Inactive water since 2/10 of 2007. Posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on 1413 Northwest Lincoln Avenue, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Council?
So I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Brings up 1508 Southwest Oklahoma Avenue.
1508 Southwest Oklahoma Avenue. As you can see right here, there is a damaged roof, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, cracks in the foundation. On this picture right here, there was actually a secondary addition added onto this where they have taken this away from it. It does have an active water account on the property, and we posted on the property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1508 Southwest Oklahoma Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir. We'll need your name and address, please.
My name is Zachary Edge, 2101 Southwest 38th Street.
Okay, Zachary.
This one right here, I've obtained it a few years back. I got injured and had surgery and had to stop doing work to it. Back in November, I got it relieved from the D&D list to get a permit put in. A couple weeks ago, I actually got the permits put in, so we're working on it now. They're just waiting for my electrical plans and my concrete plans.
You have a city permit?
Yes, we're going back and forth right now. I put it in. They emailed me to send a couple more details in, and we should have a permit.
You put in for a permit?
Yes, yes.
John?
Mayor, I do apologize for that. I wrote this down on the backside. 1508 Southwest Oklahoma has applied for their permit, and they're waiting on the floor plans on this.
Okay, so I'm really not sure with the new deal. If we go ahead and put this on, do we need to let them run their permit, or do we need to put it on and that be a demo permit?
If you put it on the D&D list, the permit will expire. It'll just change the expiration date of the permit. So instead of it being,
6 months.
6 months, it reverts back to 90 days from the date of the D&D declaration. So you don't have to do anything special.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? Are there any questions by council before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 1510 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. John?
Just give me a call tomorrow. Yep. Oh, come on, thing.
1510.
1510 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. Does have a damaged roof, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim, broken windows on this property. Does have an inactive water since 3/12 of 2024. We posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1510 Northwest Lincoln Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
I move to approve the resolution declaring that the structure on this property dilapidated, public nuisance, and authorize the abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 1514 Northwest Bell Avenue.
All right, 1514 Northwest Bell Avenue did have a fire date on 1/10 of 2024. Damaged and missing siding, damaged trim. This property has been boarded and secured for over 6 months. Inactive water since 1/15 of 2024. Posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1514 Northwest Bell Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1601 Northwest Lake Avenue.
1601 Northwest Lake Avenue, damage to the missing siding. We also have damaged trim. This property was boarded and secured for over 6 months. Inactive water since 6/23 of 2021. We posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. It did have a permit, but it was failure to submit the plans back on 3/20 of 2024.
Seeing no questions from the council, I will open the public hearing on 1601 Northwest Lake Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 1602 Southwest Douglas Avenue.
1602 Southwest Douglas Avenue, we do have damaged trim and soffit, brick separation on the south side of the property. This property has also been boarded and secured for over 6 months. No active water count was found on this property, posted on this property as well on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing on 1602 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, and we need your name and address, please.
Robert Green, 1612 Southwest Jefferson Avenue. And that particular property has new windows on it. It has a new roof on it. It has some damage on the outside, but it also has electricity. It's on in it. I've tried to get the water on. I'm working on that now.
What do you mean you tried to get the water on?
Well, when I contacted them, they said that one of their machines was down at that particular time.
How much money have you invested in this house?
How much have I invested in it?
Yeah, it sounds like you've put in a new roof and new windows.
Right off.
Significant.
Yes, I've put
Josh,
quite a
does this
bit.
house have a new roof and new windows?
On the windows,
Can you pull it up?
the windows unfortunately were secured, so we could not see the windows, but there is a newer looking roof on it, yes.
They're brand new, the windows.
Sir, what is your plan for this property?
My plan for the property, it was a grocery store. I bought it from Councilman Chenault. And so I'm going to turn it into a mission and give away clothes and food and things like that in the community. I live in the community. I'm a
And
pastor.
How long have you been working on this house?
I took sick. I've been working on it a little while now.
Give me an idea what that means, a little while.
I hadn't been working on it lately because I've been under the weather, but I'm getting ready to start back working on it again. It doesn't like much to finish, me finishing the place, because it's got brand new windows. I got them boarded up so that they're not being knocked out.
Yeah.
And it's got a new roof on it. It's got electricity. The lights are on.
So my guess is, sir, that the council's going to put this on the D&D, and then you'll have 45 days to pull a permit. Does that work for you?
Well, I mean,
it's our desire that you get going with your plan here.
yes, and
But
that's what I plan to do.
I suppose its main reason it's out of compliance is the time it's been boarded up. Is that correct?
Correct.
Well, yes, we'll have to
All
get
right.
started on it then.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to come forward at this time? Seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Councilman? Ward 5.
Mayor, I was listening to what he was saying that he's wanting to do as far as,
It's not Ward 5? It says Ward 5 right here. It's Ward 7? Okay, what do you want to say?
I was listening to what he was saying, that what he'd like to do as far as with the building. Did I understand you correctly? You're saying you want to do some type of mission as far as clothing and give away food and different things like that? Okay. I'd like to see if we could table it for 90 days.
Have a motion to table for 90 days. Is there a second? It is seconded. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 6-2. 1607 Southwest Jefferson Avenue.
Southwest Jefferson Avenue. We do have damaged trim, damaged siding, damaged skirting, broken windows, vagrancy issues that have been reported to us. Secondary structure is on the property, inactive water since 10/7 of 2014, and we posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1607 Southwest Jefferson Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Yes, sir. Name and address, please.
701 Southeast 48th, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 73129.
And your name?
My name is Antoine Bray.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us about this property?
It was a property that we picked up. We wanted to rehab the house, fix it up, but we just haven't been able to get to it. Currently, we're at 215 Northwest Arlington, dealing with that property. It was put on the D&D list, and just to be transparent with you, we're running out of money. We have a lot of properties in Lawton, over 35. So I'm trying to get to it, but I'm dealing with 2 more properties on the D&D list right now, trying to fix those up within a 5-month span. Then I can try to get to this property here. When we're dealing with these properties, we have to go through, of course, certain contractors, and we, you know, to fix a property like this here, it's going to cost you at least $30,000.
You understand that our problem is safety.
I understand that.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions? No? Is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a resolution declaring the structure on the property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Do you have a second? Please vote. One more. Who didn't vote? There we go. 8-0. Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Brings up 1610 Southwest J Avenue. John?
1610 Southwest J Avenue had a fire damage throughout the main structure. Fire date was on 3/1 of 2024. Roof damage, siding damage, inactive water on this structure on 9/6 of 2024. Posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1610 Southwest J Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. 2104 Southwest E Avenue.
2104 Southwest E Avenue does have a damaged roof, damaged and missing siding, damaged trim. There are 3 secondary structures on this property. Inactive water since 9/6 of 2024. Posted on this property on 2/10 of 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 2104 Southwest E Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. That finishes up that one. Brings up item number 3, consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. John?
1601 Northwest Andrews Avenue. This photo was actually taken on Thursday of last week. Fire damage on the structure on 8/24/2023. As you can see right here, there's roofing damage, siding damage. The door right there in front of you is actually unsecured and was open at the time of the photo. No inspections on any of the permits when they were issued out to the property owner. Inactive water since 9/8/2023. Posted on this property originally on 2/14/2024, and the original council date was on 2/27/2024.
And did we put it on the D&D at that time?
Yes, sir.
And they got a permit, and then they were supposed to have regular inspections. It
Correct.
doesn't look like they've done anything.
Correct. We don't have any permits, or we don't have any inspections being conducted on this property.
You didn't do inspections on it? I thought that was part of the deal.
They didn't do anything.
Because they didn't do anything.
That's what we are coming to.
And it's been a year.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Why did it not come back at 6 months?
That one I don't know. Unfortunately, sir, I do not have the answer for you right now, but I will get you that answer.
And now they want to extend it.
They're asking to extend the permit. Yes, sir.
Okay. Council? What ward is this? Ward 2?
Yeah, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structure.
Is that what, I'm not sure what motion we make here. Do we just make a motion to deny the, a motion to deny the additional time, I think is what you want, Councilman?
Yes. Correct.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion or debate? Please vote.
John, does it go back on the D&D automatically?
These will actually go out for bid. The structure, because it's already been declared dilapidated by council, since you guys denied to continue on with the permit.
It's already on the list.
It'll go up for demo bid.
Yes.
It will go out for bid. Yes, sir.
Bringing up item 4, consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 5632 Northwest Brentwood Drive per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization. Okay, I'm going to read that address again. 5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive. John?
5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive has damaged roofing, but there has been new paint, new trim, and new soffits actually installed on this property. Unfortunately, no inspections were done during the permits, except for one. Active water count is on this property, posted on the property originally on 2/14/2024. Original council date was 2/27/2024. Any questions?
Sir, you want to speak on this? Yes, sir. Come on up. Are you the property owner?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give us your name and address.
Adon Ibada, 5632 Northwest Beechwood Drive.
And what do you have to tell us?
I acquired the property about 6 months ago from the original property owner. From what I was told is there was permits and stuff like that that another contractor was supposed to be doing on it. I acquired the house. I now own the house, and I've done a lot of work to it. Painted the outside, soffit, trim, fascia. I've actually got roofing, all my shingles and everything inside of my garage. I was actually in the process of doing more soffit, more fascia. I had the money put together for the roof, and then my gas line in my backyard is bad. So I've got all that set up to be ready to be done if I can expand, or extend my permits and everything. Originally, when I got the permits, I thought that I was able to do all the work and then do the inspections all at once. And when I spoke with John, he stated that, that I was supposed to do it in the process of doing the house. So now that I understand that, I've got my plumber ready to come out to do all my plumbing, get that inspected and get that passed so I can get that done. And then I've got my roof that like I said, I've got all my shingles, everything for my roof to be done. I just had to wait for this day to be able to go a little bit further and be able to put the roof on and do the rest of the work to the property.
Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. Looking at the outside of the house, you've made some significant improvements.
Yes, sir.
It had a lot of trees growing up around it. There was a hole in the roof, and the hole in the roof that was on the back side, has it been fixed?
No, that's what I was actually in the process of doing.
So the hole's still there?
Yes, I'm actually in the process. Whenever I talked to Denise, she told me that I couldn't do any more work until I came to council. Once I come to council, then I can do soffit and facial work. There's, I've got, like I said, I've got all my materials and everything ready to do the roof. I just got put on hold to be able to do any more work. The roof doesn't leak or anything like that. It doesn't have any big holes in it. It's only on the west side of the house, right under the soffit. It's literally right only, it's got a little bitty hole over the soffit. That's it.
Well, there was a hole in the back side because I had a gentleman that went through it and come around and unlocked the front door.
No, there's no roofs in my hole, sir.
Okay.
Or no holes in my roof at all. I mean,
Because this had all the trees and everything grown around the front of it?
the front of the house, the
Yes.
back of the house. Yeah,
Yes.
there's
Yes.
no holes in that roof.
Yes. Okay. And you do have the materials, the roofing materials,
I've got all-
plywood, tar paper, shingles?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's seen it.
John, what's your recommendation?
Staff's recommendation is to continue on with the permits.
Councilman?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. Second.
Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to call the Lawton Water Authority meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Business item number 1, receive a report from Friesen Nichols regarding the water and wastewater rate study and take action as the Lawton Water Authority deems appropriate. The rate study develops an industrial user rate and a sustainability plan for all water and wastewater needs over the next 20 years. Rusty.
Yes, we have Friesen Nichols here to give the presentation, and as we go through the presentation, if you have questions, I'll stay up here to help.
Are you Freeze or Nichols?
Just call me Freeze. Just make sure I got this working. Hi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Kara Sherroor with Friesen Nichols, and I have been working with the City of Lawton for the past year to complete the water and wastewater cost of service study. So what I'm going to go ahead and cover today is just a little bit about the process that we went through and the goals for this study, the projected expenditure change between when we initially got your financial information in fiscal year 24 to what is proposed or projected as expenses for FY26 beginning July 1. A little bit of information about your current customer base and current rates, the results of that cost of service assessment, and then a look forward at your 5-year revenue requirement. Looking at the goals that were initially shared as we started this project, obviously with any cost of service study, the primary goal is to determine if there's revenue sufficiency within your current rates to fund your operations and maintenance, capital, and any transfers. There was also a request to look specifically at developing an industrial classification, and then looking at the overall cost to a typical customer and benchmarking that against your peer cities. Finally, looking at the cost of system renewal, certainly you've got infrastructure that has significant life cycle costs, and that what the impact would be to your customers to begin a significant replacement cycle, and then forecast future revenue requirements. When we look at the process around a cost of service study, we're just doing a couple of simple steps. First, we're determining what the revenue requirements are. So this is done separately for the water system and the sewer system. And it looks at what it's going to cost to maintain operations and maintenance and any capital or debt expenses. And then it takes those costs and it looks at your individual customer classes and determines what share of those costs will be borne by each customer class. Finally, we look at your current rate design to determine if it's equitable and recovers the revenue necessary. Okay, so that got a little bit messy, but there's a couple of numbers that I want to go ahead and share with you. So this is a reflection of some of the key areas of the water and sewer funds within the Lawton Water Authority. This is not reflective of all of your debt service costs. Those are secured through a variety of different repayment sources, so I'm just keeping this specific to those items that affect O&M and then your transfers. This does include the cost of capital outlay as well as your transfers for utility billing, for IT services and GIS services as well. So you see when we're comparing FY24 through 25 adopted and then projected 26, we've got an increase of about $1.4 million over those 2 years on water operations and maintenance expense, and that's really primarily driven by just inflationary factors. On the sewer side, you see a reduction of about $1.7 million. That is a projected reduction in the cost of sewer construction in FY26. The general fund transfer increased by the largest amount, about $1.9 million. That is based on the adopted FY25 budget and does not reflect an increase moving forward. So the study does not have any increases in that line item moving forward. And then on the Waurika transfer, that amount is up about $300,000. There is a separate fee that is billed on the water bill to fund those operations. That fee brings in about $3.9 million. So there's another about $600,000 that is picked up through water rates. Just to give you a quick breakdown of the customer base, on the water side, about 97% of your customers are residential or small commercial, primarily things like restaurants. They're 90% of the customer base, and they represent a little over 40% of the consumption. So on the water side, your biggest customers are your customers that have special contracts. The largest of those is Fort Sill. On the sewer side, about 91% of those sewer customers are residential. On the sewer side, the classifications are residential and non-residential, so those smaller commercial fall under non-residential. And about 46% of the use falls under those contractual customers and industrial customers. Just wanted to kind of quickly go over your current rate structure because there are some, it can be a little complicated. On the water side, you have the residential and business, commercial government, and then you have two outside sources, both wholesale and just outside residential or commercial. All of your rates are broken into two pieces: your base fee, which is charged as a minimum, and for your inside uses includes 2,000 gallons, and then a volumetric charge per 1,000 gallons for all customer types. There's also a discount to your base fee for senior and low income. And on the sewer side, slightly different on the classes, but you still see a base fee and a volumetric charge and a similar discount for low income. I will point out that on sewer residential, there is a cap of 12,000 gallons, and that is really to account for irrigation use that would not be going back through the collection system. You do have contracts for Fort Sill, Goodyear, Republic. Here you see those rates. Those rates were negotiated last April. They became effective last April. They are a 5-year contract. So for the purposes of the study, the adopted rates were just, or the contracted rates were just included as offsetting revenue. I mentioned earlier there was a desire to create an industrial class, and so what this would do would be to take those current customers that have industrial uses and separate them from the non-residential class. It will allow the system to recognize sort of the unique characteristics of the way they use the water and sewer system. On the sewer side, those customers that have a higher strength discharge are subject to the pretreatment ordinance, so any additional surcharges would be added to the rates that we'll show you here today. It does also provide a more competitive rate that you can use, since this is an area, a customer area that's growing in your community. So when we start to look at the actual cost of service, what we do is we look at your current rates and the revenue that those rates are projected to bring in. So this slide shares what that would bring in on the water side. So your projected revenue for fiscal year 26 at your current rates is $19.6 million. The cost to provide services in FY26 is $21.6 million, leaving a gap of just under $2 million that would be recovered from new rates. So we have provided a rate recommendation. This does show you both base fee and the volumetric rate. We are not proposing any changes to your current base fees, which again do include 2,000 gallons of water. But each class does see a resulting increase to cover that $2 million gap. I will point out on the outside rates, the policy is to pass on a dollar for dollar increase. So you can see the dollar or the 55 cents that are included for residential is the same 55 cents added to residential outside on the water side. When we look at the sewer side, the revenue at current rates is $10.4 million, and the cost to provide services is $13.3, resulting in a gap of just under $3 million. So here you see the recommended rate changes by class, again, leaving the base fee flat, also including the 2,000 gallons, and then having the progressive increases for each class. You'll also note the industrial class here that is recommended at a rate below the current non-residential rate. When we start to look at that in terms of what it does to your typical bill, this is a typical residential customer. You'll see that you have about a $2.20 increase on the water side and $2 on the sewer side. So that results in $4.20 a month, or just over $50 a year. That is based on what your typical residential user uses. The more efficient your use, the lower your impact, obviously. So here we've just run it at a few different volumes, and you can see if you look at the far right-hand side, an efficient user only using 2,000 gallons would not see any increase in their bill because, of course, the base fee is recommended to remain flat. Okay, so we did want to spend some time talking through these benchmarks. So we benchmarked the typical bill, including fees in this graphic. You've got the Waurika fee and you've got the sewer rehab fee, so that's what you see in the pale blue, benchmarked against your peer cities. This is broken out to show the transfer to the general fund as a separate element of your water and sewer rates. So you can see that purple section shows that transfer, and it shows the comparable transfer for other communities. So when you see the change in bill, you're going from 77 to 81, and it's still the lower end of the comparative cities here. But we wanted to go ahead and look at that in terms of the investment in the water and sewer system. So this next slide just takes the amount of money that stays within the water and sewer systems for all the benchmark cities and compares that. And when you're looking at this comparison, you can see the contribution is just over $38 in the current bill. You can see how that is significantly higher as you work through Moore and Midwest City, and then certainly Edmond. Do you want to pop in?
This is one slide that speaks a million words in that operation. This is our operation and maintenance funds that we use to take care of water and sewer system. Plants, system, water and sewer. We are the lowest of all of the peer cities in the actual money that we operate our water and wastewater system on. This is a telling slide. We're $10 almost $14 less than Norman on what we use to operate our system per customer, per month.
Can you go back one slide? Are you ready for questions?
I have
Oh, you keep going.
one
We
more
can go
s-
back.
2 more slides, but I'm happy to go back. Just to your point, because this is the limited dollars going into operations and maintenance, you tend to defer critical infrastructure improvements. So when we look at the needs, this is just a summary of what we have captured in the long term, the multi-year view of the rate study that looks at that long-term capital investment that's needed for this system. So you can see here investments in both water and wastewater plant, as well as the distribution system and the collection system. It is a significant, it is intended to be phased over time, but borrowing would begin for these projects on the plant side in fiscal year 2027, and on the pipeline side, it would begin in 2029. So you begin to see the impacts of those as we move forward with the anticipated rate change needed in each of those years. So what you see here is the projected change for water and wastewater for each year, and it is primarily driven in those later years by the enhanced capital investment. So I can go back.
You ready for questions?
I can go
Yes,
back.
please go back. Thank you. First of all, I want to say, go back one more for me. First of all, I want to say I love this kind of planning. I love the idea of looking out multiple years and understanding what we have to do. But this slide, when I look at this slide, what I see is that we've been taking money for the general fund.
To the general fund.
Now, Broken Arrow does that too, but arguably they have a much newer infrastructure. Would I be right?
I'm not familiar with Broken Arrow.
This is taking money from the enterprise, the water and wastewater accounts, to the general fund to support the general fund.
Correct. That's what
Okay.
I mean.
Yeah.
And so to me, that slide right there says, tell me if I'm interpreting it right, Rusty. It says to me that we've been taking money from what should have been infrastructure reinvestment, and we've been putting it in the general fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we would just not take as much for the general fund and let our water rates take care of the things they're supposed to take care of, we wouldn't be so far behind with 800 water breaks a year.
That's
Are
exactly,
we up to
that's
900?
100% correct.
Okay. So what it says to me, and I get what you're saying, but it says to me that our general fund's not efficient. And the indicators that we have, I was looking at the Hatch report from 21. The numbers were from 21. I realize that's a little dated, but we have new information coming. And we bring in roughly $250 per resident more into the city coffers than Norman. And so I just don't, I can't look, I want to do this plan, and we've put millions in infrastructure. And we've got a lot of work going on right now that we've gone to the CIP, so we go to make some money. But for me, until we get the Frank Crawford report, is that his name, Frank Crawford? Crawford report, I don't see how I can look the people in the eye and say, I think we're efficient, we need to raise funds, or raise the rates. I want to do this plan, but for me to support it is just a little early till we get that information.
The plan it can be a combination of rates, or it can be a combination of reduction of transfer to the general fund. Those accomplish the same thing for water and wastewater.
And that's a complicated thing that we got to work with the city manager on, because it's easier said than done. And I honestly believe we can get to where we want to go efficiency-wise, but you don't just snap your fingers and make it happen. You have to work to get there, and it takes everybody working together to make it happen. So does anybody else have any comments? My deal is we need to wait and be able to show people what we're delivering service for compared to the other cities? Anybody? Mr. Uyghur?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I guess the question that I would just throw out is, why was those water rates, why was it put into the general fund to start with? We're probably asking a question that can't be answered.
It's been there for a long time, so that was
But did we
probably
not,
older than I
did we
am,
not
so-
understand
Yeah.
that we're taking the maintenance upgrades, the replacements down the road? Because now that's what we're faced with.
And if you can, let's see this slide. If you can see that even last year, let's see, right here, the transfer to the general fund in '25 went up $2 million from what it was in '24. There was an additional $2 million taken out of the water and wastewater fund to support the general fund in '25, above the previous year.
Okay. You done? George?
I was just going to make a comment that I think it's called efficiency. We can't spend more than what we have. We're going to have to start looking at where we're applying it and making those areas, work within what we're going to have as a new budget this year. So this is an alarming thing. I think we know why. It started a long time ago, but we're going to make those hard decisions now, how to straighten it out.
Mr. Hampton?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the work that was done. It definitely kind of gives us point B that we probably need to work towards. And I've thought about not necessarily this plan, but other plans to actually begin to take our water sewer infrastructure and actually funding it by maybe putting a percentage on, like I've seen some other cities do, putting a percentage on if we need to fix a water line and maybe a percentage on for a couple of years to collect that money, and then at that point fix it, and then that drops off the water bill. I think that this being a goal that we want to get to, I kind of agree with it somewhat. I think that it is premature to try to continue to do what we're doing and raise the water bill to try to fix what's going on there. I see what that the mayor, it is a efficiency problem, but I think that it'll take steps to get there, and I think that options need to be explored. Other options need to be explored for us to take steps of actions to get to a point to where we put this in. And I believe in our meeting, I think there needed to be some work on how we were going to make sure that the funds that were being collected were actually earmarked and going to be kept and saved to make sure that they were put towards what we're talking about right now. Just some observations that I had, but I do think that maybe jumping from where we are now to there needs to be thought out a little bit more. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other, Randy?
I just want to make just a quick comment. 30 years ago, one of the first things I asked was, why do we do that? Why don't we run the water authority like a business? And I soon found out, because the council at the time said, well, because we don't want to raise rates. And so we'll just take money out of the maintenance, move it over to the general, and we don't have to raise rates and keep everybody happy. That would have been great for 1 year, but when you do that as a sole way of balancing the budget, the problem gets huge, and now we're faced with finding a solution for it. I don't have a problem waiting a little while and trying to get a formulated plan, but we really have got to, if the water authority was a separate entity, we wouldn't have this problem, because it would be other individuals sitting here that had to make those books balance. I just hope we can figure out a way to run it more like a business as we go forward. I know we can't slam on the brakes and do that, you know, in 2025, but we can get the mindset and maybe start looking at that some charter changes, maybe when we start looking at those after budget.
Anybody else? Okay, so first of all, I wish we'd have had this 20 years ago. Were you here?
I was here, but not in this position.
Oh, I'm just wondering if they did this 20 years ago.
In 2003 was the last rate study that was done. They did not look at sustainability, and at that time they looked at what it cost to operate, and the cost in that report is what we charge today's rate at.
Really? Okay, let me ask you this. How often should we do one of these? Every decade?
It needs to be updated every 5 years. In 2019, I did a water study, and I went over it with Mr. Hampton, and it basically just operational costs for water. Our rates just barely were covering without any transfers. That's the problem. If you count the transfers, we were only recovering half of what it costs to do that.
Okay, now you've got another question. Go back one slide. That's not what that says. What that says is we're charging enough, we're just transferring it.
Yes. We're not saying the total bill is an error. We're saying the transfer out of the water and wastewater support is the problem. The city of Stillwater, shown right there, just went from a system like we're operating to the pure enterprise so that they did not start transferring 3 years ago. And the cities that are in the position that they're no longer transferring have been in the position we're in today, but they started making those changes many years ago.
Go back to the slide that says how much we're transferring out. Okay, we're transferring out 15 million.
15 million of sewer and 13 million of water.
28 million we're
Yes.
transferring out.
Yes.
Wow. And how
I would
much
be a
are
happy
you,
camper
how
with
much
that
are you
much money.
wanting to raise with your proposed increase?
What is it?
So it's 15 plus solid waste. So it's solid waste that's missing from this? It also comes out of Lot and Water Fund?
Yes.
So,
That transfer there is just water and sewer.
water and sewer, yeah.
The rate increase, the total revenue that comes in on the rate increase is,
Right, so it's an additional 3 million on the sewer side and an additional 2 million on the water side. That would come in from the rate increase for fiscal year '26.
No, the dollars that it would generate
$5 million.
per year.
Yes,
The total of water and sewer would be $5 million.
yes.
Yes, the 2026 increase.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, we're waiting until we get more information. Nobody taking action?
Recommend move to accept it. Staff recommended action.
Well, if we can accept it, that doesn't mean we're authorizing the rate increase, does it? I think it's a great study and a great plan, and I think accepting it is fine. I'm not interested in approving the rate increase.
I don't think we should accept it. I mean, it was a good plan, it's a good proposal, but we need to study more before we say we accept it.
You could acknowledge receipt of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll acknowledge receipt.
Great planning. I think we're going to take no action. Great planning, great report. Really helps us understand more about our budget. Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just speak? Rusty, from the time that you and I had that discussion before, we have made some headway in correcting some of those problems that we were having. Am I correct in saying that?
This past year, we've started working with some of the large industrial users with the contracts, and that made a several $1 million improvement in the budget. And those will be increasing every year for the next 4 more years, increasing and stepping those industrial users. Fort Sill, Republic, Goodyear will be stepping up in their prices. Now, right now, we do not have an industrial rate. So it's either by contract negotiation or they pay the full commercial rate.
Yes.
And that's one of the things this was doing, also establishing an industrial rate to use for prospective industries that would be coming in. So.
Yeah. I do agree that we probably don't need to take action on residential rates right now because we are dealing, we have that, but I did want to point out to the citizens of good work that you've been doing to move us from point A back then to point B. So we are making some headway in clearing up this issue. Thank you, Russ. Appreciate it. Appreciate your presentation.
Anybody else before we move on?
One question, Rusty.
Yes.
So if I understand that study correctly, let's say we just took out 20 million to the general fund a year. We left that extra 8. That would bring us up just about where we need to be, according to what you're saying about an increase of 5 million.
Yes.
So if we left 8 million in there, we should be in good shape.
Yes, and it's rates or how much you transfer. That's the balancing. And if you don't transfer as
Right.
much.
Well,
that
put
will-
28 million if we left 8 million where it was and just
That
took
would be more
20,
than the
yeah.
rating, that would be more than a rate increase.
That's
yes.
something we might want to look at, we could live with, and then at the same time, we wouldn't have to increase any rates.
Yes, that's correct. And we did receive a model that if there's questions related to the variations of what would this do and what would that, we have that as a model that we can plug those numbers in, and actually it will go through a calculation of those impacts. So.
Okay, great study, helps us plan the future. We're just going to delay the next step, but thank you very much. Let's move on to item 2. Consider to take appropriate action with respect to the Water Authority Resolution Number 2025-blank, approving the resolution for 2 grant applications and authorize the chairman and secretary to sign the applications for the Environmental Protection Agency Federal Communities Grants in the amount of $4 million and $1,125,000 for the construction of the Southeast Water Treatment Plant sludge handling facility. Rusty.
Yes, our congressional delegation in 23 and 24 earmarked us 2 grants, the 23 Communities Grants and the 24 Communities Grants. The 23 Communities Grant was a $5 million grant. The 24 was a $6 million grant. The amount that you see left there is what was actually appropriated after it went through the appropriations process. So even though the bill was signed with the funds earmarked for us, the appropriations to support were only of the $10 million in $11 million in grants. We only were appropriated $5,125,000, which is still $5,125,000 worth of grants. And that was earmarked through our congressional delegation in a bill. And this money has been set aside for us and earmarked and appropriated for us. Now it's time we actually need to sign the application form, and this is to authorize that signature.
Okay, and the lawyers wanting to read this resolution, so start reading, I guess.
Yeah, so the proposed resolution had language that references it before it, that the resolution was introduced and caused to be read. So I'm going to comply with that. I'm going to read the resolution. So the proposed resolution 2025, a resolution of the Lawton Water Authority, Lawton, Oklahoma, the authority authorizing applications for a fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 federal communities grants from the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, for additional funding for construction of the Southeast Water Treatment Plant dewatering project and other provisions related thereto. Whereas the following circumstances have made it justifiable to apply for EPA federal communities grant funds. The Southeast Water Treatment Plant dewatering project is an important plant upgrade required to alleviate strain on the current facility increase efficiency of solids handling for the alternate water supply projects, and aid in the mitigation of solids overloading the wastewater treatment plant. And whereas the City of Lawton has been pre-selected for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 EPA Federal Communities grants through appropriation of federal government submitted by the Oklahoma Congressional Delegation, and whereas the authority hereby determines that such other action necessary or attendant to accomplishment of the referenced fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 EPA Communities grant application should be considered by Lawton Water Authority and the City of Lawton, and whereas the Lawton Water Authority, the authority did, by its resolution adopted February 25, 2025, authorize 2 applications for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 EPA community grant funds to the EPA. Now therefore be it resolved by the Lawton Water Authority of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, that a situation is hereby recognized and declared to exist in the Lawton Water Authority, and by reason thereof, Stan Booker, chairperson of the authority, is hereby authorized and directed to sign 2 applications related to documents necessary to file and process 2 EPA communities grant applications with EPA on behalf of Lawton Water Authority, and if passed, it would pass this 25th day of April, 2025.
Can I get a motion for approval? We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment? Have a motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins, Smith, Chapman, Gill, Hampton, Uyghur, Williams,
Yes.
Warren.
We're going to, before we call the council meeting to order, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Mr. Hampton? That was a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but at this time, I will call to order the Lawton City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. Would you stand with me as Reverend Uyghur leads us in prayer, and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Let's pray. Once again, Father, as we stand before you tonight, we ask once again, Lord, that you would grant us the understanding, the knowledge, and the wisdom to make the decisions which impact us all. We thank you for this time together and each one represented. Have your will and way, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
We have a presentation for the Employee Spotlight Award.
Derek Stanfield, where are you? Come on down. So Derek is a cement finisher in our streets division. He's been employed by the city of Lawton for 9 years now. And Derek has really played an integral role in making sure that streets accomplishes their mission on a daily basis. He helps onboard new employees. He helps show them what they're supposed to do, how they're supposed to do it. And there was an event that occurred in early January of this year where a cement truck backed up to a job site and cement started coming down the chute. And then immediately Derek realized that the mixture wasn't proper and that it needed more cement powder. And so they were able to stop the pour before it poured, and in the process save the city untold thousands of dollars, and most importantly, we were able to get it right for the citizens. So Derek, we appreciate everything that you do. You've been nominated for the Employee Spotlight Award, so let me go ahead and grab the coin and the certificate. Please give Derek a round of applause.
Got another proclamation here. Do we have someone here from LPS Transitions? Coming down. This is a proclamation from the mayor of the city of Lawton. Whereas individuals living with developmental disabilities are valuable members of our community, contributing to society in countless ways, and are deserving of respect, inclusion, and access to opportunities to reach their full potential. And whereas millions of Americans live with developmental disabilities and they face unique challenges that require special care, support, and understanding. And whereas we recognize the efforts of advocates, families, caregivers, and service providers like Darien's Voice Foundation, who work tirelessly to improve the lives of individuals living with developmental disabilities through empowerment, education, support, and whereas Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month is an opportunity to promote awareness and understanding of developmental disabilities and the issues affecting individuals living with developmental disabilities, and the individuals that support them. Now, therefore, I, Stan Booker, Mayor, City of Lawton, with pride do hereby proclaim the month of March 2025 as Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month.
Hi, I'm Rita Pochard. I am the program coordinator with Lawton Public Schools. We have the transitional 18 to 22-year-old program, and we collaborate with many agencies such as the City of Lawton, where our students come and work in various capacities. Lawton Public Schools, as well as our community, we're very, very fortunate that we have the City of Lawton, Mayor Booker, and all the advocates and individuals that support our students in our work study and work training programs. So thank you very much. Thank you to the city that accomplishes so much for our young people with disabilities. So again, thank you, sir.
And we thank you very much. Here you go, right here. There you go.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
That brings us to reports by mayor and council. We'll start down.
There we go. The red light is on. All right, everybody, good evening. A couple good things happening here at Fort Sill over the next week or so. First, I want to say the Army Emergency Relief Campaign starts on March 1st. Our kickoff on Fort Sill is at the Twin Oaks Bowling Center on 5 March at 1500, so 3 p.m. for a civilian speech at the Twin Oaks Bowling Center. It goes on, the campaign goes on to the Army birthday, 14 June. So it's Soldiers Helping Soldiers, and it's always about giving back to our community, and then for this, our green suiters. So we have been back-to-back large installation AER campaign winners with the most donations over the past 2 years. We want to continue that for our 3rd year. So for all the veterans out there and folks who are interested in donating, feel free to look on our websites for the AER campaign. Come on post, check out our AER team at Building 4700. They'll be able to square you away. Also, we're going to post a lot of it on our social media pages. With that being said, if you really want to know what's going on Fort Sill, take a look at our certified pages on social media. But more importantly, the My Army Post app. If you don't know what that is, go get it on if you're a Google or Android or whatever, get on whatever your Play Store is. The My Army Post app has the most updated information, whether it's for gates, commissary, transitions, you name it, veteran stuff, whatever, it doesn't matter, the My Army Post app. And then also next week, we have the indoor archery range is going to open on Fort Sill on the 6th of March. Next Thursday at 1300, I believe we have the MacArthur High School archery team. Some of them are going to show up and start shooting there. Good luck with that. No, it'll be really great. They're a really great team. Sergeant Major Pearson and I will also be there shooting. So if you want to see some comical shooting, look at us. If you want to see some really great shooting, look at the high school team. You'll see the big difference there. They're way better than we will be. And last but not least, again, can't stress this enough, the Warrior Run, 22 March. Come out and test yourself. Whether it's going to be a 10K, the half, or the first full marathon, come on out, 22 March, starting at 06 at the Patriot Club in the morning, 06 in the morning. And if you really want to come out on the 21st, the day before, we're going to have an expo with a lot of great folks who are going to be out there showcasing some of their merchandise. And then if you're like me, you're going to stuff yourself with the pasta night that we're going to have there, getting prepped for the next day as I'm going to run the marathon. So I appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Nothing. Alan?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Of course, you all know it, the farmer's market, no-bake cookies. I don't know if you ever had no-bake cookies, but that's one of my favorite. I had those. And there's a lady there now making family German cookies, very decorated, very nice. It sounds like I'm getting a lot of sweets, but I do get savory and vegetable stuff also. I also want to mention Open Street. Open Street is an initiative that we've been doing here in the city of Lawton for many, many years, using tobacco money to promote healthy child activities. It's going to be March 29th from 10 o'clock to 2 o'clock. It is really smashing it. Bring the kids out if you have an opportunity for fun and games and activities that are healthy for our community. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
If he's going to talk about farmer markets, I've got to talk about streets. We'll be going out for bids in about another 2 weeks. Chris, bids on the first 24 streets of the next segment. And that'll be out of the 105 that we approved at the last council meeting. So our program is continuing. We're really doing good, and we're on schedule, even with the bad weather. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Seeing nothing else, that'll bring us to audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form and wish to address the business not listed on the agenda may step forward at this time to ensure compliance with the Oklahoma Open Meetings Act. The mayor and council will receive comments but will not engage in direct responses. However, they may refer the matters to appropriate departments or individuals for further consideration and follow-up. To participate, speakers must submit a request to speak form to the city clerk and reside within the Lawton city limits. Each speaker is allotted 3 minutes with a maximum of 9 minutes per topic. The audience participation is limited to 30 minutes total. All participants are expected to follow the rules of decorum as outlined in Council Policy 1-6. I have 2 forms filled out. I have Matina Davis and Christina Boswell. Whoever wants to go first. Ms. Davis, we've got your address.
Do I hit something? Or you can hear me? Okay. So as you all know, I've been attending meetings, committee meetings and board meetings, and I see the same faces. And I guess these are the people that y'all desire, because I received the email. We pick the people that we desire. And in these meetings, I sit silently and just record. But I noticed that the people that y'all picking and y'all desire, they're complaining because they have jobs and they have other things to do. So I'm just here to ask you all to step out y'all desire box and start picking individuals that can do the things that needs to be done, and so the meetings can continue to roll. Because when we come into meetings and there's no quorum, that's putting a strain on the citizens. And also, I'm still seeking open records from November, and that's a problem as well. And the websites are not being updated. Y'all have different websites, different things. And as of today, I was in a meeting, at the airport meeting. People just came in that I didn't even know sit on the board, and they say they have jobs, so they couldn't come to the other meetings. But they came for when it's time to count the money. So I'm just asking the city council and the mayor to start going out in the community and find people that want to participate. Sorry if it's not people that you desire, because the citizens, we need to be informed.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Boswell?
My son is autistic. My neighbor has a daughter that's autistic. I live on Aberdeen, and I promise you, we could be a speed racer over there. I've lost my mailbox. My neighbor's cars have been hit multiple times. I live pretty much on an S-curve, and I've asked multiple times before Gil took over to get speed bumps, and I was told no. I would really like to get a speed bump, or 2, because I do have 2 that are on my street that are autistic, 1 being mine.
Well, thank you for coming and letting us know. I think after the meeting, you could get with Councilman Gill or get with the city manager, and he will put you in contact with the right people. Seeing no one else, That will bring us to the consent agenda. We'll be striking number 11, and we'll pull number 2. Are there any other items that anyone would like to pull and discuss? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. I have a motion and a second to strike item number 11 and to pull item number 2. Tim?
To approve the rest of the consent.
And to approve the rest of the consent. Are we voting? Voting. Vote, please. I've got 5.
I voted.
You're still flashing.
Do it again. That's it. Did you vote?
Well, I said I did. Okay, now it let me. That was approved 8-0. Item number 2, consider and take appropriate action with respect to the City Council Resolution number 2025- to be filled in, approving the resolution of the Lawton Water Authority, authorizing the application of 2 grant applications, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign the applications for the Environmental Protection Agency Federal Communities Grant in the amounts of $4 million and $1,125,000 for the construction of the Southeast Water Treatment Plant sludge handling facility. Tim?
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a companion item to what was on the Water Authority, and basically, this document indicates that we read the title, and so I pulled that so the title will get read. So I will read the title to the resolution now, and then if you have any questions for Rusty or myself, we can answer that. Otherwise, we can vote. So the title of this resolution is Resolution Proposed 2025, a resolution of the City of Lawton, Oklahoma, the city approving and ratifying the action taken by the Lawton Water Authority, the authority, authorizing the filing of applications for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 federal communities grants from the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, for additional funding for the construction of the Southeast Water Treatment Plant, dewatering project, and other provisions related thereto.
Anybody have questions for Rusty? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion. Have a motion and a second. Thank you, Rusty. Please vote. That item was approved 8-0. That brings us to business item number 23. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to businesses by repealing and reserving Section 7-3-1-301 through Sections 7-3-1-317, Division 7-3-1, Article 7-3, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code, 2015, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Yes, ma'am.
So this ordinance, we're getting back into cleaning up our Chapter 7, which is our business licenses. This ordinance is repealing essentially all of Division 7-3-1, which pertain to licensing of airports, helipads, and helistops. We've never enforced it. Nobody's ever had a license with us as far as I can find. So in our staff's opinion, we don't need the ordinance, the code in there if we're not using it. So our recommendation is to strike it.
Any questions or a motion?
I make the motion that we strike the information she just gave and do away with it. I'm always happy when it comes.
Read the title and.
Read the title only.
Is this an ordinance?
Yes.
I move
Yes,
to
sir.
approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only. And I have a second.
I have a
I'm
motion
always
and a
happy to
second.
remove an ordinance that-
Please vote. Oh, you got to read. I'm sorry, Tim.
An ordinance pertaining to businesses by repealing and reserving Sections 7-3-1-301, 7-3-1-302, 731-303, 731-304, 731-305, 731-306, 731-307, 731-308, 731-309, 731-310, 731-311, 731-312, 731-313, 731-314, 731-315, 731-316, 731-317, Division 731, Article 7.3, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, providing for severability, establishing an effective date.
We've got a motion and a second. Please vote. That item was approved 8-0. Item number 24, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to businesses by repealing and reserving Article 7-11, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Hello.
So this item is very similar to the last one. When the rest of the ordinance and code was actually repealed in 2013, they forgot to repeal the title of the article. And since fireworks are not allowed inside city limits, it doesn't make sense to have that title there when we can use it for later. So this is just a request to repeal and reserve the article.
Any questions or a motion?
I make a motion that we move to approve to take away the ordinance, waive the reading, and read the title only.
Have a motion and a second. Read the title, please. Tim?
An ordinance pertaining to businesses by repealing and reserving Article 711, Chapter 7, Lawton City Code 2015, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. That item passed 8-0. Item number 25, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to administration amending sections 2-1-1-102, Division 2-1-1, Article 2-1, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to meetings of the council by updating the time of the council meetings to 6 p.m. to reflect the current meeting time, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Okay, so Mayor and Council, this is brought on by the City Attorney's Office. Previously, we had a 6-month trial period, I think, where we tried the 6 o'clock council time. And I believe at recent meeting, council voted to go with 6 p.m. Permanently at this point. So we need to bring our ordinance in sync. We are posted correctly in the clerk's office, but we need to make our ordinance line up. And if at some point in the future, council decides they want to go back to a 2 o'clock meeting, we could just simply amend the ordinance at that time. So the City Attorney's Office is asking that we approve the ordinance.
Are there any questions or motion? I've got a motion to approve. Do I have a second? Waive the reading, read the title only, and I have a second. Tim?
An ordinance pertaining to administration, amending Section 2-1-1-102, Division 2-1-1, Article 2-1, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to meetings of the council by updating the time of council meetings to 6 p.m. to reflect the current meeting time, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
That item approved 8-0. Brings us to item number 26, consider approving an ordinance pertaining to the administration by amending section 2-3-16-400, division 2-3-16 in article 2-3, chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, by providing that the mayor or mayor pro tem shall serve as the chairperson of the council budget and efficiency committee, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. This is Mayor Booker's item. Does anybody have any questions?
I move to approve this ordinance. To waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
I've got a motion and a second to approve this ordinance and to read the title only. Tim?
An ordinance pertaining to administration by amending sections 400, Division 2316, Article 23, Chapter 2, Lawton City Code 2015, by providing that the mayor or mayor pro tem shall serve as the chairperson of the council budget and efficiency committee, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Vote. That item was approved 8-0. Staff reports. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I believe my first item is to provide you with an update on our monthly sales tax revenue. And you had in your packet a highlight of January and February. I was able to go ahead and get the reports in early for February. However, the news is still that we are on a decline. So January had a 4.5 decrease and February had a 5.28. We don't have any new information about why the decline is happening outside of the old information. I would share with you that Norman, as our comparison, they're down 5.95.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Item number 28.
Very good, Mayor and Council. Our FY24 audit update. Last I reported to you, we had two people holding us back. Now we only have one. I would like to thank McMahon for their timely reporting. And now we're waiting on our actuary. So once those pension numbers are in, our auditors will be able to finish out their reports, and we are still on time to be able to provide the end of the month report for March to make it in April, the first meeting in April.
50%.
We're knocking them out.
I'm gonna take a chance and say it's some kind of wonderful.
That doesn't sound quite the same, but we get.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion we adjourn, go to executive session.
Got a motion to go to executive session. And a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, can I have a motion to return? I have a motion to return. Do I have a second? We do have a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Executive session number 29, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court, Western District of Oklahoma, titled Kent Jackson as personal representative of the estate of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton et al., case number 5:23CV00284G, and that conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Executive session item number 30, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager. That conversation did occur and no action is necessary.
Executive session number 31, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B2, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the council convened an executive session to discuss negotiations for fiscal year ending 26 collective bargaining agreement between IAFF Local 1882 and the City of Lawton. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.